So I wanted to say that the clock out in the main office is wrong. And so when I walked in here, I thought, how come everybody's here already? Because I was like 7 minutes behind. So here I am, and welcome everybody. Nice to see so many faces in the gallery. And I will call the meeting to order at 6 o'clock p.m. for the June 24th, 2025 regular council meeting. On my left, when people speak, you might not see them on the video. Amanda Riley is our acting CAO. Tracy Connolly is our planner. Leanne Gaudette is our development officer, and Craig Fox is our director of engineering and infrastructure. And the left is Jocelyn and Militia, who look after council's whatever we say and motions we make. Alexa Ross is our economic development, I call her officer. That's not a great title, she's a long one. And Lisa is our video, watching the live stream. So, as I call to order tonight, I used to do some stories about good news in our town. And it's such a beautiful day, I have to do another one today. June has been a very busy month. Council performed the groundbreaking of the East Disbury Reservoir, participated in a tour with our town personnel for cleanup day on June 13th, and I must say that our town is very clean. Our condenser was delivered today for the arena, good news. And our community, province, and country in June celebrated Volunteer Week, Seniors Week, Pride Month, Indigenous History Month. I want to extend thanks to everyone who organized and participated in this busy June. I especially want to thank those who planned and hosted events and activities that celebrated Volunteers and Seniors Week and Indigenous and Pride Months. Everywhere I look, I see our community growing and thriving, and it's all because of our citizens, neighbors, and colleagues who are invested in kindness and community well-being. While we anticipated being on a bit of a break following this meeting, it appears that July will be busy too. CIO recruitment continues, and the first big event in July is July 1st, of course, as we celebrate Canada, our nation, a welcoming and diverse country filled with amazing people. I hope to see you all at the museum on July 1st for Canada's 158th birthday celebration, and whatever you do on July 1st, Happy Canada Day. So with that, I will have adoption of the agenda. Any amendments? No amendments. So adoption of the agenda as presented. Deputy Mayor?
I move the council adopt the agenda as presented.
I will call the vote. Councillor Windsor.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I'm looking at the agenda and I'm looking at the RFDs, and it used to be that, or one time here not too long ago, we had the item numbers in the start head of the IFD, and they're not there now, and I'm wondering if there's a reason or if we'll do it next time.
Sure, they will. I know it. Right, Amanda? Okay. No, that is helpful, and I'm sure they'll assist council in navigating the agenda the best they can. And the pages like the RFD. So tonight we have oh yeah, well, you're right, you interrupted me. We're calling the vote to adopt the agenda as presented. All in favor? That's carried. That's what the deputy mayor does, is look after things I miss. So tonight we have a very special guest with us tonight, and we have the presentation of the Town of Disbury 2025 High School Scholarship that council hands out annually. In front of me, before I start, I would like to say, and Brendan Fifield, maybe you should come up here so we can see who I'm talking about. And since you're a hockey player, you don't mind standing up in front of people. And I would stand up too, but then I couldn't speak into here. So this is Brendan Fifield, the recipient of our 2025 Town of Disbury Scholarship. And before I start, well, we can try this anyway. Before I start, I think you know I grew up with your grandma.
Yeah.
Yes. She was an alley over and then through a yard and then across the road, and she was right there, and we had a lot of fun growing up in our neighborhood. So Lots of good times, and presenting this to you tonight, Brendan, is extra special because of my relationship with your grandma and knowing your family, and it makes it that much more special. So, Brendan has been accepted into Mount Royal University to pursue a degree in business administration. When reading Brendan's application for the Town of Disbury Scholarship, we were impressed with his commitment to his education, community service, and leadership. For many reasons, Brendan is an excellent recipient of the Town of Disbury Scholarship. Brendan is very connected to and active in his community. He's a hockey referee. He plays an active role in his church through the food hamper program and the Christmas nativities. Brendan is an athlete, a hockey player, and he participates in school in badminton, track and field, and cross-country runs. Brendan has even traveled internationally to participate in a worldwide roller hockey tournament, coming home with 2 gold medals. He's gained valuable leadership skills through his passion for sports, captaining his team in his final year of minor hockey. He speaks very highly of his love for Disbury and loves to offer a helping hand when needed. Brendan is also a musician. What do you play? Trumpet. He plays the trumpet. And you were in the symphonic winds, right? Great. That's one of the best ones. Well done there. I had to have him fill that in because I just thought of it today. What did he play? Brendan has certainly exceeded the Town of Disbury Scholarship criteria, and it goes without saying that Brendan took all of his high school courses to achieve his diploma. And with Brendan pursuing a business administration degree, so he can pursue a career in accounting, with his sights set on owning his own firm, it's no surprise that 2 of his highest marks were in financial management. Brendan's supporters say this about him. He's an outstanding young man, hardworking, responsible, and highly respected by his hockey teammates and coaches. His leadership fosters positive, team-first culture, and he consistently leads by example, demonstrating commitment, integrity, and a strong work ethic. Brendan is a student you can trust and count on. He has the drive to succeed at whatever he decides to pursue. He has many commendable qualities, among them confidence, sportsmanship, and he's a team player. Brendan, you give us confidence that our world is in good hands with the youth of today. I encourage you to continue to find ways to continue doing your acts of gratitude, to stay involved and connected with your community. Council presents this award to a graduating grade 12 student who demonstrates a good attitude, who is involved in extracurricular activities, shows enthusiasm and initiative, and has demonstrated involvement in voluntary community activities and exhibits leadership qualities. And this year, Brendan Fifield is that grade 12 student. On behalf of Council, it is my pleasure to present to you the Town of Disbury Scholarship for 2025. We wish you all the very best in your future, Brendan, and we congratulate you on being the recipient of this scholarship. You have to go up and take this for the picture. It has to be this way. Congratulations. Great. And good luck tonight. You're playing.
Playing roll hockey for the finals tonight.
Oh, right on. Good luck. Good luck. Here's just a couple of days. You wanna? Okay. Thank you for being here. Sarah? Yeah. Nice seeing you. Nope, I won't. See you.
Good cheers.
What are you guys doing?
Play music, cheers.
Okay. So, I guess we have a recommended action out there, but I already did that. So you can go ahead and, who would like to make that motion? I think Councillor Baswick should, since he's somehow related. Proud of your
Well,
family.
it would be my pleasure that council congratulate Brendan Fifield on being awarded the Town of Didsbury 2025 High School Scholarship and wish him well in his upcoming post-secondary education.
Thank you. Call the vote, all in favor. That's carried. So tonight we have with us Kyle Seller. He's presenting to council a proposal to implement a clean energy improvement program in the municipality. We'll deal with the item later as well, but Kyle, you can come up to the speaker's desk there. And there is Lisa can help you with it, you can't find that. So Kyle, I think just to all delegations get 10 minutes, and Jocelyn will give you a 2-minute reminder when you need to wrap up. But you can sit down and
Sure.
whatever makes you comfortable, and welcome, and we're looking forward to the presentation.
Yeah, thanks. I'm excited to be here. Pardon my hoarse throat. There's something weird going around, and I think I caught it. So, no, I'm passionate about this community, passionate about people. So I'm really excited to be here and going over this stuff because the CEIP program can really help our community and businesses, the residents and businesses in this community. So if we go to slide 2, what is the CEIP? So the short and sweet of the CEIP, residents and businesses are allowed to do high efficient upgrades to their home or business at the cost of the municipality. The municipality then takes that cost, taxes it, puts it on the property tax as a loan for the residents or businesses to pay back. So I wrote an essay here. I'm going to try to keep it short and sweet, high level form, and we'll roll through it. So it enables energy efficiency and renewable upgrades, right? Financing is tied to the property, not the actual owner. So it allows us to make meaningful improvements to our home or businesses, and the loan is actually tied to the structure. Repayment via the property tax bill. So rather than taking on a separate loan, property owners are able to repay the cost of the upgrades through an added charge on their regular property tax bill, keeping things simple, streamlined, and predictable. There's no upfront costs to the property owner. This is important because we have a lot of single income families in this community who aren't able to make the upgrades or the home upkeep to their home, right? If you want new windows, insulation, high efficiency equipment, these are all major investments that we can't make. We have a lot of single fixed income families and a lot of seniors that are on fixed incomes as well. So high upfront costs is a huge thing, and we're going to hear this over and over again. It's governed by Alberta's CEIP legislation. So the program is built on a strong legal foundation, Bill 10, an act to enable clean energy improvements. This provincial legislation ensures consumer protection, consistency, and a clear regulatory framework. So for municipalities and its participants. Next slide, please. So it is a provincial program. There's lots of communities, lots of municipalities running this program already. It's tried, tested, and proven. They even have a preferred CEIP qualified contractor program. So you have to meet certain requirements. 2 million liability insurance for residential, 5 million for businesses, active WCB programs. And the whole process here is vetted through, you guys don't have to vet the contractors, it's vetted through the actual municipalities of Alberta, right? So, slide 4, please. There's a 7-step process to get approved. You guys are Didsbury would be a part of the first 3 steps. The other ones, it's governed by the Alberta municipalities. So basically, pre-qualify the homeowner. Are they up to date on their taxes, mortgage payments, stuff like that? Submit project application, and project agreement is signed through the owner, contractor, and the AB municipalities, right? You guys are responsible for pre-qualifying all of these. And then you just roll through the process. You know, the installations is completed. Next slide, please. Inspections and verification are done. Payment is issued to the contractor. So how that works is you guys would pay Alberta municipalities would pay the contractor to do so. Next slide, please. So the role of Alberta municipalities in this. One of the biggest advantages of the CEIP is that the program is offered locally in each municipality, and it's administered provincially by Alberta municipalities, which means you don't have to build out internal resources or hire additional staff to make this happen. Again, it's tried, tested, and proven, and they set up a really great foundation for you guys to work with already. Next slide, please. And then again, I'm cruising through this. Sorry. One of the things that we could do is you guys would be responsible for is kind of marketing, getting it out there, letting the community know that there's stuff at the homeowners or businesses' fingertips that allows them to make these improvements to their homes. But Alberta municipalities already has some pre-built marketing systems for you guys. Next slide, please. So, how would Didsbury do this? We would need to pass the CEIP bylaw, and we would have to decide how we would tax the CEIP program, what interest rates, what's the term. That's what Didsbury would be responsible for. And again, Alberta municipalities is here to work with the town to figure all that stuff out. There's over 25 communities that are running this program, from Calgary to Edmonton, Airdrie, all the way to Tabor, Stettler, and other small towns like that. So again, it is tried, tested, and proven. The municipality executes financing agreements with the property owners. The municipality would transfer the funds to Alberta municipality, and then Alberta municipality would pay the contractors to get this done. Next slide, please. Again, I went over this in the last slide. There's over 25 active programs currently. This program is tried, tested, and proven. Next slide, please. Yeah, so again, the CEIP, it's not an experimental idea. It's been implemented and adopted across Alberta, from large cities to small towns. 25 have launched, meaning it's they were able to secure capital and make these improvements for their residents and roll out this program successfully. So, slide 10, please and thank you. Is that financing terms? There it is. So, financing terms are set by the municipality. These are some examples of what other municipalities have rolled out. So the typical range for residential is anywhere from $3,000 to $50,000. and commercial and agricultural could be up to, you know, large cities, 1 million to 300,000 for a farm. It's all property-based, not personal-based credit, right? So as long as they're within good standing of the town, we should be able to be approved. Next slide, please. So what's next? Basically, to get this rolling, we have to pass the CEIP bylaw, secure capital, so either we have to use town money or secure funds from the bank. Finalize a program designed with Alberta municipalities and roll it out. Right? They're going to work with, they would work with us side by side and help us design the CEIP program. And then once everything's designed and ready to roll out, then we're able to market it and show up for the members of the community and help make these big investments and big changes. I know I've been through this. I'm half nervous, half sick, half tired. But if you guys have any questions, I have a 15-page essay here that I just kind of picked apart. So if we can roll into that if you guys like.
Thanks, Kyle. Are there any questions from that one?
So first of all, Kyle, thank you for the presentation. A couple of things that I need to understand and wrap my head around before I can, I like the program. What I'm worried about though is that town's core function is not to be lenders.
Totally.
And the way it sounds like the program is working to me, we need to secure money which goes against our debt ceiling, our amount to borrow. And it goes against the property tax, and if they default on that, it can take 2 and 3 years to collect that money back.
Totally.
And we're still making payments on it, and we're incurring debt. So I probably am going to need a little more understanding of that. And that's just a concern of mine that we're really supposed to be providing public services and infrastructure.
Yeah.
But I do like the idea. Inherently, it's good.
Yeah.
It's the borrowing aspect that I'm struggling with. That's all.
It is and that's a fair statement because every business runs off capital, right? Residents need copious amounts of cash flow to make these improvements. Town needs cash flow to fund it, right? It's a whole revolving door. Everybody needs working capital, and those are some great points. There is some federal and provincial grants that municipalities are able to get, and again, the Alberta municipality would help us walk through how to get the initial cash flow to get this program off the ground. And with the CEIP program, and you guys being a part of the process, you don't have to approve every single applicant that comes through the door. Because it's your guys' money. It's nice that it's available, but you could start small and be selective. Like, hey, we're going to approve 3 people. Here's the criteria we want them to make. We want them to tell us a compelling story why, right? If we think outside of the box, I truly believe we can make this work.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. Councilor Windsor?
I don't have any questions at this point. I believe it's going to come back up as the business arising from.
Yeah, Kyle's here to answer questions.
Yeah, I don't have any questions.
Councilor Moore?
Yes, I see that there's about 25 municipalities that have gone with the residential program. I guess my concern with that is the steps that came up there where we talked about obtaining capital first when you don't know how many people are going to do that, so you don't know how much capital.
Exactly.
And then you talked about designing it afterward, and I would hope that the standard bylaw would cover all of that so that there isn't a design to do that. It basically covers the eventualities that they've seen to date. I guess the other thing is that on the commercial programs, which would be offices, shopping centers, hotels, warehouses, farmland, well, not farmland so much. But there's only the city of Edmonton and Sturgeon County that have signed up so far with the city of Grand Prairie. And I think probably because those are so much bigger, they have to borrow a lot more money. So I'm
Totally.
going back to the concern that the deputy mayor had, in that we're doing a big loan this year. And I'm not so sure. When I look at affordable housing, they do not allow municipalities to get loans for people to do affordable housing. It is not permitted.
Right.
And so this is something obviously that Alberta municipalities has worked on, and I need a lot more information before I would want to go any further down this road.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for that. And those are all incredibly valid points. I guess I'd like to start by saying the framework, when we're designing the process that's going to work for us, the foundation, the framework, it's already there. We get to tailor it to what's going to work for our town specifically, right? So we're working with the Alberta municipality as we're putting together a program that's going to work and be made specifically for Didsbury and the residents of Didsbury. So what that would look like, who knows? We could tailor it to however we want to, but it's all based off their tried, tested, and proven framework, right? There's still a lot of variables and unknowns, but we would be willing to help you guys figure that out if you guys wanted to go down that rabbit hole. So thank you again for that question.
Thanks, Kyle.
Yeah.
Councillor Bazik? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, no, I don't have any questions either. I'm aware of it from other municipalities. One more question?
Yeah, if you're,
Sure, go ahead.
no, finish what you're saying first. Sorry, my next question then, is with regard local, contractors, I guess HVAC and electrical and whatever they are, or whatever trades, window installers. The fact that Alberta Munis pre-selects them, does that take any local contractor out of
No.
that can provide the financial liability clause that you have in there for?
Totally. No, it wouldn't take any local qualified contractor out of contention for this, but it enforces a guideline and a high level standard to get them certified. So any contractor can become certified. You just have to meet the requirements, go through the training and testing protocols. Yeah, you betcha. Okay, thanks guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for being here, Kyle, and appreciate the time you took to come and present.
Thank you.
Yeah, do I want to make the motion?
Yep, I move the council thank Kyle Seller for his presentation to council on the Clean Energy Improvement Program.
Okay, I'll call a vote. All in favor? That's carried. And we have item 3.3, business arising from the delegation, Clean Energy Improvement Program. Everybody's read the background and administrative thoughts on this and the RFD. Any comments on this? Councillor Winsor, you want to start?
Thank you, I'd be happy to make a motion, if is that how you want to start off? Or
Sure, yeah.
I can start with discussion, whichever you prefer.
Well, if you have a motion, that's fine. If not, we can-
I'll move that we accept the the Clean Energy Improvement Program's information.
Okay, and any comments?
Yeah, we've gone through this with Alberta Munis for, I don't know how many conferences they offer this pretty much at every conference they have with regard to this program. And I've been at least 2 of those sessions and have not been impressed with the whole concept, because essentially it's on the burden of the taxpayers to allow some residents, some members of the community to take advantage of this program. There's an administrative, according to Estella, there's an administrative portion that is a burden to our administration. And that is not really talked about or dealt with. In talking to Stettler, sometimes it can be arduous. I'm not in favor of moving forward with this. I don't think that having just taken out a debenture to finance the installation of our new East Reservoir, I think that taking out another debenture to finance this and burden on taxpayers is not in the best interest of our community. The other thing I'll say is that I have just enrolled in a federal program that is similar to this kind of concept, 0% financing, with the auspices that it's going to save you money, and anybody who believes that probably should research better what they've found, because it does not save you money.
All right. Do you have any comments?
No, I'm sorry, I asked one.
Okay. Councillor Moore? Councillor Bazard? No. No, I think it is the right motion to accept as information for now. I know there will be a new budget year coming that it's more relative to a budget discussion, I believe, at that time. And I also believe that green and climate initiatives are going to be on everybody's minds going forward into the decade. So everything does come around when it's meant to be, I guess. So we do have a motion to accept as information, and I think Amanda will probably keep that on her list for future years. Discussion for budgets. So I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. So we have the item 4.1, June 10th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes. Go ahead.
I move that council adopt the June 10th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Great. Comments? Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Your Honor. I think it has to be as amended. There's an omission of a mover for one of the motions on page 11 of the minutes.
Deputy Mayor Engel made that, I believe. Yeah. So would you change your motion to as amended? To add your name into the motion, or resolution 362-25?
Yes, I would
Okay.
change that to amended.
Okay, any other comments on the minutes? Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. So I will now recess the regular council meeting at 6:33, and I will call, we are on public hearings, item 5.1. I will call our public meeting to order at 6:33 as well. And I'm going to find the right page. It's public hearing bylaw 2025-09, amendment to land use bylaw C3 commercial district core. And this public hearing is to consider bylaw 2025-09 to amend land use bylaw 2019-04 C3 commercial district core. The bylaw 2025-09 received first reading on May 27th, 2025. So as chair, I'll limit time taken by a person to 5 minutes if they want to speak to this issue, and after which council may wish to ask questions of the person speaking. All questions must be channeled through the chair of the hearing. In accordance with the procedural bylaw, this public hearing is available through the Zoom link on the town website. For those participating virtually, we ask that you please use the raise hand function when questions, comments are called for from the gallery. Those speaking are asked to please state their name, municipality of residence, and if they are speaking in favor or opposition. So, to begin this public hearing, I'm going to have give the floor to administration to do an overview of the proposed bylaw amendment. And I'm just going to sit there and not go to the speaker's desk. Okay, so Leanne Cadet, our development officer, will speak, update council, and give all the information on this proposed amendment.
Thank you, through the chair. Administration received an inquiry about a proposed development for a secondary suite in the C3 Commercial District Core. Upon review of the land use bylaw, administration noticed there was no use allowing for a secondary suite, internal and external, in the C3 district. The previous RC residential commercial district for this area had a use of dwelling unit which would allow for a secondary suite in the RC district. Currently, there are 22 residential dwellings located in the C3 district, which were previously zoned RC district. In the former RC district, there were 8 residential uses available to these 22 residential properties. Under the current C3 district, the only residential uses allowed are dwelling multi-unit apartment and dwelling unit occupancy of owner, operator, or caretaker, which is a suite for the owner or employee of a commercial business. During this above-noted conversation, a question was also asked as to whether a homeowner could rebuild their house in an existing location if it were to burn down. Unfortunately, no dwellings could be rebuilt under the current C3 district. On February 22, 2022, Bylaw 2022-01 received third and final reading to amend Section 4 of the Land Use Bylaw 2019-04 to create a new C3 district. The C3 district replaced the existing RC district and the C1 commercial district general in the downtown core. Creating this new district did not take into account the 22 existing residential dwelling units located in the C3 district. Under Bylaw 202509, administration is recommending that the C3 district be amended to include regulations allowing the existing dwellings to be protected and rebuilt should the dwelling be destroyed by fire or other natural disaster, and to add secondary suite internal-external as a discretionary use. The public hearing notice was circulated to all 22 residential landowners with a comment deadline of June 13, 2025. The notice was also advertised on our website and in the local newspaper for 3 weeks. Administration received 1 letter in response to the circulation, which is attached to my report. Administration recommends that Land Use Bylaw 2019-04 be amended to add the following to the C3 Commercial District Core: secondary suite internal-external as a discretionary use, and residential regulations as follows. If the existing 22 dwellings in the C3 district were to be destroyed by fire or any other natural disaster, these dwellings may be rebuilt. No other dwellings in the C3 district shall be developed other than to replace the existing destroyed dwellings at the following 22 locations outlined in my report. In the event of destruction by fire or natural disaster, the landowner may apply for a development permit to rebuild in accordance with the residential site and setback requirements outlined in my report. These requirements are the same requirements outlined in the Land Use Bylaw under RC Residential Commercial District, which was the previous district for these 22 existing dwellings outlined in my report. If Council is satisfied with the public hearing, administration is recommending that Council grant second and third reading to Bylaw 2025-09 during the bylaws and policies portion of the agenda. That is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. I'll start with council for questions. Councillor Patrick?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just wondering what the rebuttal was against this, because at the outset it makes sense to me. Before it was not good because you couldn't rebuild, now you can. That's a positive, I think. I would like to understand the reluctance to this bylaw because it seems straightforward and fair to me. So, thank you.
And you're asking for me to get administration to answer that? Through the chair is what you're asking?
If possible, yeah.
Okay. Amanda's we're directing these to Leanne. Would that be an overview of page 13 and subsequent such pages?
Through the chair, yes. So the only letter that we received in opposition is included in the agenda package. And I believe they are here to speak, and it's up on the screen. So this is a summary of some points, but the full letter is in the agenda package outlining their concerns.
Yes, pages 17, 18, and 19, the letter. Okay, Councillor Baswick, do you have any follow-up to that?
I just appreciate hearing from those who are objecting in order to get a better
Yeah,
understanding
okay.
of the objection. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, they'll have a chance to come up to the speaker's mic, sure. Councillor Moore?
Thank you. Mine is similar. The RC zoning that we had before, we were very happy with, and I realized that as we go through our land use bylaw, we got somebody else's bylaw pasted into ours. And so what I would like to know is if all the negative consequences of switching RC to C3 have been dealt with if we change these secondary suite as a discretionary use and the residential regulations. Is that going to address the changes that have happened that haven't really improved the zoning? I didn't say that very well.
I'll just remind council and our gallery when they ask questions, go through the chair, and then I'll direct Amanda to see who can answer that, okay? Thanks. Thank you. So, Amanda?
Through the chair, thank you. So some of the concerns are all the dwelling uses were removed. So the purpose of the RC residential district was to allow for, to provide for a mix of residential and commercial uses intended to provide a transition between commercial and adjacent residential districts. And now in the C3 district, the purpose is to strengthen the commercial core as the heart of the community and as a logical place to bring new vitality and mixed-use development that is compatible with the historic character. The mixed-use component in the C3 district does allow for commercial and residential. However, the commercial needs to be on the bottom and the residential needs to be above in the mixed-use category. Where in the RC district, you could have the 8 different dwellings, like the dwelling single detached, the dwelling duplex, multi-unit apartment, dwelling row house, dwelling semi-detached, single detached, stacked townhouse, and townhouse. And then, for instance, if you had a detached garage and wanted to open like a little business in that garage, you could do that in the RC district. I hope that helps.
Does that answer your question? I didn't think it did.
No, it's just that very last thing. Can that still happen? Like, if you have a garage behind the residence, can you still open a business there?
Through the chair, no. In the C3 district, because the mixed use component, you have to have commercial on the bottom of a building and residential on top. You couldn't have it in a separate building.
Follow-up?
No, just that I thought I was in support of this. I really liked our C a whole lot better. I think this is too restrictive. So I will have to vote no.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Oh, there's a whole bunch of paperwork here, and I always call it nomenclature, but RC, AC, DC, whatever. Through the chair, I am wondering if the concerns of the homeowner or homeowners were addressed or if there is still outstanding issue. I may have to wait, I understand, until that particular party speaks, but it's difficult for me to follow this through this paperwork, and it's not that it hasn't been presented well, it's just a lot of different pages going back and forth. So what I'm trying to sort out through this is, have we addressed all the concerns in changing this back, or are we creating the issue?
And maybe I can follow up on that. I'm going to just jump in because when RC was changed to C3, the commercial C3, were all the residents notified of that? And there was a public hearing on that? I mean, I was here, but I didn't look back and don't have that long of a memory.
Through the chair, so it is my understanding, I had just started, so I wasn't involved in it at all. It was, when I did research on the file, was my understanding it was not mailed out to all of the residents. It was posted on the website and advertised as the public hearing requirements under the MGA. And I believe the referral agencies were notified, but from my understanding of research, it was not mailed out like this one was.
To the homeowners or business owners that were impacted, they didn't get the notification?
Correct.
Okay. Does that change your question, or do you, I mean, you'll still have, we'll be able to question anybody that comes to speak from the gallery, but.
Yeah, I'll let it continue on for
Okay.
now, and then I'll ask some questions
All right.
appropriately for me.
Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I'm not sure how this happened, because it seems to me that what we had before in the RC zoning was working, and I'm not sure how this got all lost in the translation when we went to a C3. Is that what we're doing? It seems to me that we're going backwards, and I'm not sure how that happened, whether it was an oversight or whether it was something other than that. And so I guess my question to administration would be, through the chair obviously, can we not just revert back to where we were with C3? RC, pardon me? Yeah, not for C3. C3 EPO or whatever, yeah, the one before.
I think, Amanda, do you want to have someone answer that?
Do you want me to? Council would have to defeat this bylaw, and we would have to do a different amending bylaw to bring you back to where you were in 2022, with first reading, a public hearing, and then follow through the process. You can't just revert back.
So maybe this is a silly question, or maybe it can't be answered, but how did we get to this point? Because obviously this stuff was lost when we went to a C3 zoning. And I mean, we're not planning and development people. We take our experts as information that we try to make intelligent decisions with. And how did this get lost?
Well, I think the question that you just asked is probably more relative, is can it change back? Because we can't do anything about it unless it goes through another public hearing. So whatever the answers are to that, don't change the process and protocols at the table. And we know now we have an excellent team that's on top of things. And the one, go ahead, Craig. Can Craig talk, Amanda?
But that's what he's going to say.
Yeah.
I'm going to walk on like I'm walking on thin ice here. I just want to make sure that's very well understood, because I kind of get where we're trying to head. We're kind of heading here, but if we do defeat the bylaw as it's presented to you right now, because it was trying to fix something that we're noticing is a growing issue, if we do defeat it, we won't be able to replace anything like a house if it were to have, and we'd have to come direct to you for some help to permit anything that might go forward. So I just want to make sure that it's one of the drawbacks of going back to the drawing board. But it's manageable. I just want to make sure you understood that there's.
So, I'll come to you next, but, so a house that burned down couldn't get rebuilt if we went back to RC? No.
Just in the
It's in
meantime.
C3 that they can't do that, and we're amending that. We're amending the C3 to enable that. So, how does the RC fit then? Anywhere? And it can't be, it can only be zoned one way? Or can there be other, RC and commercial C3 don't work together? Since you're the experts, and
Thank you, through the chair. I'll just try and weigh in on this. So, as Leanne has identified, there's something missing in the zone that we're speaking about. So, the proposal here is to put what's missing into this district, have the district as it is, the commercial component can stay, and the dwellings can stay and can be replaced. So that's what we're looking forward to doing. We amend, if it gets approved and it's amended and these dwellings are recognized in it, the district will stay. The dwellings, if something happens, could be replaced. If the decision is that council's not happy with this or whatever the reason is and the motion is defeated, then the district is how it is now with no amendment, which there's no consideration for dwelling units. And then we would have to go back to the drawing board to determine how we're going to address those 22 properties within this area. Does that help a little bit?
how would you address those properties? What are some thoughts?
Well, we may see, if the choice if council's not happy with this amendment, perhaps there's some ideas, and then we could look at what works best. Is it a rezoning of only those 22 properties to RC? Is it, we don't know. At this point, this is what we're proposing to help address those properties that are within that boundary.
Okay, thanks. Deputy Mayor had his hand up, and then Council. Okay, Councilor Windsor.
Thank you, Brenda. So then I wonder if we couldn't get an explanation as to what the difference now between C3 is and what RC was, so that we can say the only thing that we have to fix now is whatever's next, or we have to fix the whole thing. So maybe we can get an explanation as to what's the difference between the two now if this amendment is accepted.
Amanda?
Through the chair, Jocelyn, if you could put up the map. Schedule A is on. Yeah. So through the chair, the brown in this section here, all the brown is the residential dwellings, and the pink was the C1 district. If you go to the next slide, please, all the red is now C3 commercial district. So in the C3 commercial district, as mentioned, the only dwellings allowed are dwelling multi-unit apartment and dwelling unit occupancy of owner, operator, or caretaker. The rest of the uses in the C3 district are commercial uses, accessory building, accessory structure, whereas in the RC district previously, there was the accessory buildings, there was some commercial components like eating establishment, home occupation, hotel, office, and then there were 8 dwelling residential uses also allowed in the RC district, which are no longer in the C3 district.
It's pretty difficult situation. I think we all want to make sure that people can rebuild if their houses are burnt down. That would be, I don't see anybody that would disagree with that. But if someone's designation was changed without notification, I think that's where I'm hearing this council's concerns and how we rectify that. So if we took this amendment and approved it, then we could direct to try to rectify the issues that are outstanding. And would that include RC? redesignation somehow? They're nodding their heads. Everybody sees that. Okay. Well, that helps. Does that help?
A little bit.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. If you could flip back to the other page. Oh, we got the brown one on. Nope, the brown one, yes. So the RC was what the brown was, and the pink or purple, whatever color that was what zone was that? C1. Okay, so now what we've done then is we've taken two zones and lumped them into one and made them into a hybrid of what was.
Not even.
Yeah. Okay.
But it can get fixed, is what I'm hearing. If we approve this amendment, there'll be other directives to go after and correct. Go ahead.
And I think with that, I need to say that I think that it would be important that I change my decision and that we approve this because it goes part way. But I think in answer to the bigger question, when did this happen? It was the land use bylaw that was pasted with a bunch of things, none of which we had wanted and none of which we worked on. It just happened. It came to us all as a done deal. And we weren't notified, neither were the people. So in this case, it was another part of the paste. The RC that allowed a little more flexibility, I think, is what this council really wants. The explanation that they gave of RC is way more applicable. And the idea that even now you wouldn't be able to run a business out of a garage in an area where you're not allowed to do anything unless your house burns down. I think that we don't want to be that tough. So I would agree to go with this, but let's continue on that road where we correct the error that the paster did.
Okay. So we've asked administration all the questions. And so on my very well done script by Jocelyn, I would like to take comments and questions from the gallery for those in favor first. In favor of this bylaw amendment. Okay. Yeah. Well, there's only 4 or 5 people, so having seen no one rushing to the mic to express their endorsement of this bylaw, I will ask comments and questions from the gallery or Zoom, I have to say, for those in opposition. And remember, when you come to the speaker's desk, to state your name, I'll find in the spot, municipality of residence, and we know you're speaking in opposition because that's just what I asked for. So the speaker's table is right there, and there is a mic there that Lisa can help you with.
He gets 5.
Ken, come ahead.
I get 5.
Oh.
She gets
Well,
10.
Yes.
Hi, Dana Munn, resident of Didsbury.
You can't give us each 2.5 minutes. There's no.
I'll be brief. No, I don't know how you unravel this, but RC, I bought that lot specifically because it's RC. And I can do a multi-family unit on it, which I do plan on doing. But now I cannot unless I want to live in it. So we had no idea until we received this letter. And I can't believe there's not other people that own those 22 houses. Insurance companies, banks, not going to be happy if people have mortgages for an R2 law or an RC law, and now it's a commercial law. I think there's a lot more coming your way. We're fine on that end. I'm not worried about that, but I definitely want to be able to put a multifamily dwelling on there, and this does not allow me to do that unless I live in there. So that is a unbelievable big problem for me. And I'm hoping that you guys can figure a way of unraveling that or do one of the crazy addendums where you add RC to C3, something stupid like that. The town has done equivalent silly things like that to make things work in the past. So whatever makes it simple, I'm cool with, but you'll be seeing a lot more of me if it's going to be a C3. It'll be a big problem. It just doesn't make any logical sense. Anyway, even for the town, I think it's a detriment. But again, I'm surprised there's not other people here, because if you have a mortgage on a residential house and now it's a commercial house, your insurance, everything, like there's a lot going on here. I don't think people are grasping. But anyway, that's all I have.
Thanks, Dana. They might have questions for you.
Sure.
Go ahead, Councillor Windsor.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. My question would be that, obviously, this is, to me, a step to remediating some of the problems. And in the event that we pass this bylaw and then we give further direction to revisit it again to deal with this issue specifically, is that going to appease some of this issue? Would that resolve the problem here?
For me, yes. I just want to be able to do a multifamily dwelling. Again, I don't think other people that own those 22 houses are paying attention. I'm a little surprised they're not here or zooming in or whatever. Because, I mean, I think you can appreciate if I have a mortgage on a residential property, like for example, your house, if you have a mortgage and I say all of a sudden you're C3, I think there's a problem somewhere there, right? So insurance, right? For us, not a problem, but I think other people are blissfully unaware of the problem that's looming there. So, I mean, ultimately, I think RC was a stellar designation for this area of town. It allowed pretty much everything and more, in my opinion. I mean, I could still, under RC, I could still do a residential above and a store below. I could have still, I come to you for development permit, I put that forward. I can't see, I'm sure you guys would be pretty happy about that if I had a residence up top and a coffee shop below. But as it is, it doesn't allow me the options for the reasons I bought that property, right? So I think there'll be a lot more people when they start paying attention coming your way.
That answers your question?
Yes.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
So through the chair, I'm still struggling with being able to vote in favor of this. Even if we have assurances that we're going to move forward, if we're taking away people's ability to have valid insurance or mortgages, that's a concern to me. And by going ahead and changing this bylaw or land use, and we create that issue, or we have created it, I guess, already, whatever steps we're taking, I think we need motions that address the corrections that need to be taken as well tonight. We need to have those motions with whatever is occurring here, because we need to fix this problem.
I think what's important too is what I believe and what we know of our planning and development department is that they are already on that path and they have to start somewhere. So here we're starting here, and I think we just heard what can happen next and next and next, and it is going to inconvenience and cause delays, but it will get to where it needs to be because of legislative, so much for red tape reduction with our provincial government really isn't true. We still have, and I shouldn't say it's not true, we still have things we have to do. And if we do them right, then we'll get to the right point. But I agree we need to fix it all. But we can't fix it all unless we start with this bylaw amendment, from what I'm hearing from our professionals. Councillor Baswick?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. Can't this be simplified in a way that the previous bylaw obviously was workable, with one exception, which was if the house burned down or was totally destroyed, you could not rebuild. That's the only thing I hear. That's the problem with this particular bylaw. So why can't we simply amend the previous one with that comment that we can rebuild. Are we overcomplicating this thing? Is my question. Thank you.
Go ahead, administration. I think some clarifications needed.
Through the chair, thank you. So no, the C3 right now, so if Mr. Munn came in and wanted to do a dwelling multi-unit semi-detached right now on his lot, he could not do that because that dwelling use is not in the C3 district. So that's what needs to be looked at, is all those dwellings that were removed. But if council were to approve what's in front of them tonight, then God forbid something happened to your house tomorrow in a windstorm, he would be able to rebuild it while we are looking at fixing this issue.
Thank you for that.
Through the chair, well, does that give the applicant assurance of any kind? That doesn't sound like it to me.
None. Absolutely none. No assurance. The house is 1902. We are not going to rebuild that home, and some of the other homes that are in that area cannot be rebuilt. Even if they are insured, I don't believe that those homes being engaged they are can be rebuilt to replicate what they have now.
Okay, Sandra, I can maybe ask that you can start your 5-minute presentation.
Oh, sorry.
If that's what you, since we're at you.
Yeah,
And
we
I
can
think
do that.
Some of that will get, maybe some of that Council Braswick's answers, but I believe administration's answering
Oh, were
the
you?
best they can.
Were they?
So one's
You were going to
directed
answer? Go ahead.
No, we're
No, it's okay.
directing, you've got the mic now for 5 minutes.
So I'm just in shock that this took place without the homeowners being notified. I'm still trying to get over the shock that the property was rezoned without the homeowners being notified. And I appreciate that there were 22 properties that were mistakenly included in the C3 district that were and still are RC. In my mind, these are homes that are RC. Otherwise, right now, we have a bylaw in place where people who are living in these homes are not in compliance with the current C3 bylaw.
Can I just ask a question here, though, that when we're on this bylaw, we're talking about amending this bylaw to start towards steps of improving, getting back to the RC opportunities, but so I'm asking, are you guys speaking against this amendment to the C3 so people can rebuild their homes? Like that, what we're dealing with here is rebuilding homes if they burn, and what?
And secondary suites.
Oh, and secondary suites, yeah. So there's a difference in, like your story, your information is important, but you're not really speaking in opposition to this amendment. You're speaking in opposition to what happened. To take away your RC, right?
That's it.
And I just want to clarify that because you're not neither in favor or opposed to the amendment, or it's just what happened to your RC designation that is the issue. Because we want to deal with this bylaw first, and we want to get there to help rectify what happened to some, maybe more than your residents getting changed from RC to C3 without your knowledge, but I have to clarify that if you're in opposition to this amendment, and that's why you're speaking about the amendment.
Ready?
Yeah, go ahead if you want to answer that.
We're not opposed to making sure people can put their house back, for sure, right? And I mean, our house, I think where she's leaning towards is, if our house burns, it's smaller than what we would be allowed to put back anyway. So there's another issue, but great that you're trying to fix the immediate disaster, for sure, if anything happened and they can't put their house back, that's a nightmare, for sure. I can't even conceive how that happened. That just seems unthinkable. But yeah, for sure, fix that. But in general, we'd like it back to RC.
Yeah, and that is a different issue than what this public hearing is for, although it leads to some motions coming out of this. If the council does approve this amendment, then we can make the next motion to start the path to getting RC back for those that can be RC or should be.
So my question is, if I wanted to start doing a multifamily, as of right now, that's not going to happen, correct?
Amanda?
That's correct.
And you want to know how long this will take if you want to build that? Would I be right in that, presuming that? Because, yeah, with the designation, either way, it can't be built. Like, without the amendment or with it, right now. But the amendment can protect people, which is what we're trying to do with this. And then we also have sorry, I'm talking directly. Okay. And we also have the residents that were impacted by the change from RC. So they are two different things. But we are hearing that we need to get our people protected in the C3 district that's already zoned that way. And then we need to take other steps as expeditiously as possible so that our wonderful builders here and residents of Didsbury can move forward with their project.
Yeah, sorry, because we just found out that we're C3, I'm still, in my head, I'm stuck on, I want RC. I understand that you're here because you want to make an amendment to make sure if anything burns that they can put the house back. And it's stellar, I think that's a stellar idea, absolutely. But again, I kind of came here with the, oh my God, I can't believe that happened, right? So absolutely, I think you should definitely protect the homes, and the people that would like to put their house back. I'm sure their insurance company would be a little triggered too if they found out that, I don't think I can articulate the problems you guys are going to have with this. But at any rate, for me, I'm just here to say, please let's go back to RC, or let's add RC into this. Whatever these smart folk figure out can make this work. But 100%, you should definitely make sure that people can put their house back. That's an easy one.
I just have one quick question. I just don't understand why secondary unit or suite can simply be added. Like, I don't understand how that has become a part of the amendment to this bylaw. I think that's what I'm stuck on is, well, I'll be honest, that's where I'm stuck. We're putting together a bylaw and you're here to approve the amendment to a bylaw, and secondary suite is being considered to being added. And I just don't understand why we can't just then add all the dwellings that were with RC as simply as this secondary suite is being added. I just don't understand the complication.
Yeah, and I think those motions have to come out later. So the amendment is presented to council, the questions have been asked. You're in opposition to the amendment because you don't want secondary suites? Is that what you just said?
No.
And we're not talking about the same thing.
We're doing circles now, Rhonda. We're in circle fest.
How?
But anyway, you know where we stand. I think everybody understands where I stand.
We understand.
Stellar. Okay, we're good.
Yeah. I do believe council has heard everything, as has our development department, and they will do it right, I know, and we'll get some motions going. But again, it's not going to, it'll take time, and that's not the answer anybody wants that was ready to develop a multi-unit apartment, but definitely do it right and get this on the road through the motions that we can make tonight. You have a comment?
Yeah, I think what I was hearing from Sandra is that we're adding secondary suite in this amendment. That seems simple. Why can't we add back in C3 in this while we're making this amendment?
RC.
RC, sorry. Why can't we just take and add RC back in to these units in this amendment?
I thought we asked that earlier, though, and you answered. I asked that earlier, and you answered. Because it has to be separate, that block of homes has to be dealt with, not the whole district. Am I right? Somebody, and answer Deputy Mayor's question.
So through the chair, just to clarify with the secondary suite, the reason this whole thing came about was the conversation with the landowner. He called in and wanted to do a secondary suite. So upon looking at this land use bylaw, secondary suite is not in the C3 district. It's in the RC district, it's in all the other districts, but not this one. So at that time, we thought, okay, let's do an amendment at the same time as trying to protect the homes in that area. If he would have said, you know, maybe we should look into adding all these dwellings, then we would have looked into that and gone ahead with the first reading. But it's those two components that were asked to look into a land use amendment. So that's what we brought forward.
I still don't understand.
Yes.
I don't.
So my next question would be, how quickly can we bring that back to get it up to where we're trying to get it to? How quickly can we bring this back to amend that? If this is approved.
Well, it would, I'd have to say too, like the motion tonight would set some administrative work into play, and then it'd have to come back for a first reading, and then a public hearing would be set. So it'd have to go through all those processes still. So we make a motion tonight, administrative team does their work, they bring back first reading, we set a public hearing, it's a month after the public hearing, and then, so I'm going to say for you 6 to 8 weeks, but you can certainly speak for yourselves.
Yeah, that's approximately correct. So there's a motion later in the business section to add a meeting on July 8th. So if council approves that, we could bring the first reading back to the July 8th meeting.
Thanks for that, Amanda. Councillor Bazard?
I'm trying to be clear on this. So, if we go for C3, if we go for C3, the applicant cannot build. If we go for RC, he can build, but he can't rebuild if the place burns down. That's what I get basically out of this conversation. Is that partly correct? If so, I agree with the Deputy Mayor. How tough is it? Like, council can change anything they want at any time. That's the rule. So we could very well say, let's put the RC thing in with the C3 in order to, we got to try to expedite the applicant's business. You know, he can't sit here for 4 months waiting for us to decide whether we can build or not.
Okay.
That's unfair.
I know we have processes, and we don't get to do what we want. We have legislation, and we have public hearings, and we have motions. So we will do it the right way. We will do it in the best interest of our community and our residents and people that were impacted by this. And we can sit and debate about what can happen, you know, in the future, which we're going to try to, which this approval of this amendment will do. And then we can set the next step in motion. So unfortunately, we can't snap our fingers and just, as much as we like Dana and Sandra to build their home tomorrow, or their multi-unit, we can't do that. We can do it the right way and do the very best to make sure it's expedited and to get back on track through the work of our administrative team. Did you have something to say, Dana?
I'd just like to say I think I'm satisfied that you share my desire for it to be the way it was. So I'm certainly encouraged by that. So in that, thank you.
Thanks for being here. Deputy Mayor? Yeah.
So, yeah, if we are coming back on the 8th of July and we can start that process, I understand that when we do a land use bylaw, it has to have a public hearing. That's legislated. But I want to start that as quick as we can, and I want to know that if we approve this tonight, which I think for protection of homeowners we must, we need to immediately come back to the corrections, and I see the heads nodding, so I'm satisfied that we're going to go in the direction we need to and get this done. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, did you have something else? Natalie, I'll take the last comment because then we'll go on.
I think it's important that Sandra understand that there's a process we have to go through because this was the proposal that was put out to the public hearing. That's the only proposal we can deal with. We can't add additional things after it's gone through the public hearing because that's not fair to the public. And that's part of the reason that, those things were included in the public hearing, in the proposal to the public hearing, and it can't just change after the public hearing.
We can't amend big things like that because they would take more than that. It's not an amendment, it's a new land use bylaw rezoning.
We will get there.
All right, so I'm not letting council speak anymore. Any additional comments from council? I think we've certainly had our time. Any additional comments from administration? No. And we didn't have any virtual participants. And are there any other comments, Dana and Sonia, you'd like to make before we close this meeting?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Have a great evening.
He's not going to let me say anymore.
Oh.
I'm done.
Are you?
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you.
done. I'm done.
We understand your...
Sweet and salty, that's how it works.
Thank you. So, with everyone having their last opportunity to speak, I hereby declare this public hearing closed. I'm sorry, does council have enough information to render a decision on this bylaw amendment? Okay. So then I will close this hearing at 7:22 p.m. Holy cow. Papers here. I'm trying to find my next page, which is, so we're going to make the motion. No, we're not. We're going to go to the next hearing on item 5.2, bylaw 2025-10, amending land use bylaw, portion of plan 1711795, block 3, lot 73, redesignation. So I have called that hearing to order at 7:23 p.m. And the public hearing is to consider bylaw 2025-10, amending land use bylaw 2019-04, portion of plan 1711795, block 3, lot 73, redesignation. Bylaw 2025-10 received first reading on May 27th, 2025. And as the last hearing, Chair has the right to limit the time taken by the person to 5 minutes. Questions can be asked of administration by council and of anybody in the gallery or on Zoom that is speaking. And please channel all questions through the chair. And if people participating virtually, I believe it's via Zoom, please use your raised hand function if you have questions or want to speak when the gallery is asked to speak. So when you do speak, please state your name and municipality of residence and in favor or in opposition. So administration, I'll ask you to present this proposed amendment to the land use bylaw 2019-04.
Thank you through the chair. So on page 32 of our agenda is the beginning of the PowerPoint presentation for this proposal. So as we can see here, the applicant for this proposal is Doug Sitzma, and the landowner is John Boyce Construction Incorporated. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is just a look at the entire town of Didsbury, just to give you an idea of where this property is located. So it's within the community of Valarosa, within that circled area. Next slide, please. So here is the more zoomed in look of where the proposal is. So it's within that large lot in the middle on this slide. The proposal was circulated to 5 adjacent landowners and referral agencies on May 15th. And then the public hearing notifications were then circulated to the adjacent landowners on May 29th. We have received no comments from any of the adjacent landowners as a result of the circulation, and no concerns from referral agencies that were circulated as a result of this proposal. Next slide, please. So this is just a look at this is just their tentative plan of subdivision going forward. So the green area that you're seeing here, this is the area that we are considering for redesignation. So we're going to be redesignated from the existing R5 residential high density district to the district for recreation, which will allow for a municipal reserve piece of property within this area. Next slide, please. So I've just included this here just so there we are in the middle. That's the property we're looking at according to the Google Maps image that I have captured. And I'm trying to point out here as well, there are some existing sidewalks that allow for walking through the area. So by including this area, what it will do is allow for the opportunity to move through the area through the middle of this lot to go on to connect directly to sidewalks without walking on the road, essentially. So that's the intent and the plan for this property. Next slide, please. So what we have here is there are buildings already existing on the property. So this just gives you an idea roughly where the path would be. So it would be essentially in between the two backyards of the two structures, going through this area and then creating the T in behind the other existing structures that you can see more clearly on the bottom image. Next slide, please. And once again, just looking, so what we're looking at here is looking at the structure on the east side of the parcel. That's the back of the structure, and then I've just highlighted in green where the pathway would be. Underneath that pathway is a utility right-of-way. So this is a good way to ensure the utility right-of-way is there, and then it affords the opportunity for a pathway network, which provides that connectivity down in the community. Next slide, please. And this is just the structure on the west side, so just the images of the front of it, the back of it, and once again, just having a look at where the pathway would be in association with the buildings that are there. Next slide, please. So basically, when we're looking at our MVP, development of the town should occur in a contiguous manner. So essentially this is, because there's sidewalks already there, there's some buildings there, and then we're allowing for a municipal reserve area that would provide a place for people to walk that's not on a road. And then also complying with our open space and connectivity, providing for that opportunity to have a pathway down there so that interior lot won't be all building. It will include the opportunity for a pathway network. And that concludes my presentation. Do you have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Councilor Moore, do you have any questions?
No, sounds good, thank you.
Councilor Bazic?
No, I've seen that development. It's fine. I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Councilor Windsor?
I have no questions. I have a comment though, and I just wonder if the Parks Department is looking forward to the additional maintenance that's going to be added down there.
Is it going to be parks maintenance?
No, it's recreation area. Yeah, this was considered by my department. We've asked for a low no-mow seed mix to be proposed, and then they put the gravel in behind the buildings. There'll be fences. The pathway provides for backyard access, and then we're actually hoping to try a new seed mix to see if we can actually not mow it. Okay.
You guys are way ahead of us, always. Any comments?
Have you tried the Nomo mix yet? I think, no, I have no questions, it's good.
I have no questions either. You tricked me. I thought that was actually that AstroTurf laid down there already. And it was, looked really nice. Okay, so are there any comments or questions from the gallery or Zoom? For those in favor? And are there any comments or questions from the gallery for Zoom for those in opposition? I see none. Any additional comments from council? Councilor Windsor, Deputy Mayor? Sir?
I spray my lawn with Jack Daniels. It comes up half cut.
The applicant's not here, so obviously there won't be any questions there. And any additional comments from the administration? Okay, so, and the gallery, no comments at all. So hearing none, no more questions, no more comments, I declare this public hearing closed at 7:31 p.m. So we have item 6, the CAO report. Anything to add, Amanda?
We did just want to give that update, which you gave in your opening, that the condenser unit has been delivered. So we're working on installation now.
Is that Simcoe over there today?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I saw the trucks. That is very good news. Any comments on the CAO report, Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I have a question with regard to the EDO report and the transit campaign. And it says the key performance indicators will be measured by visitations to the museum and visitation revenue increase from storefront businesses. I'm presuming then that those arrangements have been made to track where these people are coming from?
Amanda?
I'll have our EDO speak to that.
This was done the same way as last year. We are asking the businesses if they experienced any increase, any visitation or revenue, and the museum in particular, they are tracking it quite diligently, where the people are coming from. And last year, there were over 300 people in addition to the previous year from Calgary. So we are assuming that the campaign worked. So we had some results there and hoping that this will be this year the same with this campaign.
Anything else? Okay, Deputy Mayor?
No, I'm good.
Councillor Moore?
No.
Councillor Bassett?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. This is part of the advertising. That sounds picky, but I'm concerned about why they have pictures of people with masks on. Who over that? I don't get the connection. That means you come to Didsbury, you better be wearing a mask.
Amanda?
Thank you. That image specifically is promoting healthcare, so things like the hospital and our clinics and things like that in the community. It's not meant to depict that you have to wear a mask in the community.
Forgive me, but there's no reference to anything medical in that graphic. And the other one below looks like a meat cutter or something.
That's like a woodworker type person who's wearing a mask to...
I understand that, but the other one, there's no medical reference there, and I like that, from my point of view, if that's what we're intended, that be changed, because it shows a we're back at COVID. Just an opinion.
All right, thanks. I have no comments either on the CAO report. Other than I always appreciate them. And I did have one that we have a jewelry store. Like a real, like actual jewelry store. That's going to be very downtown Disbury. Thank you. I like that. Okay, so we need a motion to accept the CAO report as information. Okay.
I move that the council accept the CAO report as information.
I will call a vote. All in favor? That's carried. We have bylaws and policies. I'm ready for this. Move all my papers out of the way. Because we have item 7.1, bylaw 2025-09, amending land use bylaw C3, commercial district core, for second reading. Would anybody like to do the second reading for this bylaw amendment? And we know there'll be more coming out at the end.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I'll move the council grant second reading to bylaw 2025-09, amending land use bylaw 2019-04, hyphen whatever, C3 commercial district core.
Do you have any comments?
I do. I'm not sure how this ties in, and maybe it's not in keeping, but it seems to me that I'm wondering if it's usual to have this many exceptions in a bylaw. Exceptions, I don't know how many, 20 residential properties there that is listed as exceptions. Is that normal?
Amanda?
I'll have Craig speak to that.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Windsor. It's not normal to have this many properties that have been captured in a redesignation without some consideration of how to cope with them. Land can be redesignated at council's desire to be whatever the intent of the community's changing, planning, evolution goes. And in this case, when it was presented to you, it included these properties and a nice map and a good presentation, and it all made sense at the time. And then we try and use it as administrators and find little roadblocks. And this was just identified as one of those roadblocks when we took a look at how to put a secondary suite in an external building in the district. So it was just something that we noticed when we were trying to apply it. And so we brought it forward to you and this was our way to cope with those 22 residents. This is just to let them be able to rebuild in the event of. So that was our first sort of like trigger to go back, because it was our understanding the council's direction at the time was to convert this into a commercial district. That's what the district was approved as. That's what it was presented to you as. And so that's how it was, that's sort of what we were given to work with through the approval. So it's understanding that that's not maybe what the desire was, and this isn't a bad thing. We can always bring those properties back in a different way. So, like I say, we were just trying to use the document that was approved. We couldn't. We tried to bring an amendment back that would address the issues that we saw, the shortfalls that we saw, and I think a few more shortfalls have been identified, and we're happy to fix those too. So.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Craig. Deputy Mayor, do you have any questions, comments? Councillor Moore?
I don't think so. That our land use bylaw wasn't the one we intended, and we were going to run into more of these. But I have nothing further to say on this. Let's go with it.
Councillor Bazard? Okay, I have no further comments either. So we have a motion to grant second reading to bylaw 2025-09, amending land use bylaw 2019-04, C3 commercial district core. All in favor? That's carried.
And Mayor Hunter will move the council grant third and final reading to bylaw 2025-09, amending land use bylaw 2019-04, C3 Commercial District Core.
Final comments? I think we just need to identify the motions subsequent, like once we do this third reading, we'll do the motions, and I'd like some direction in which order we should do them, or what we should be doing. It would be just the RC first or whatever. So we'll have that discussion after this third reading vote. And I see no other comments. Well, I can't see comments, I see no hands. So we'll council motion to grant third and final reading to bylaw 2025-09. All in favor? That is carried. And now,
Sorry. I have it on mute.
no you don't. That is not on mute, Councillor Baswick. I disagree.
Well, I'm sure.
Oh, it must be those investigators that finally found you and have a way to unblock. What? Well, the first motion, or the motion we want is to direct administration to bring back the RC. We did.
Oh, John's phone interrupted me.
We voted on that in third reading.
Are you still?
So we're still going to try to get this next motion to bring back the RC. So how do we do that? What starts this process? Whoever knows down here.
Yeah, if we're looking to have the district reviewed for inconsistencies or for changes that occurred during the redesignation to C3, and to bring back options for council's consideration, or bring back an amendment for council's consideration, that's something that if Jocelyn grabbed 90% of that and reworded it better.
Sorry. And I asked, like, we want a first reading of a bylaw at the next meeting.
We'll do our best.
Right. Yeah, I know you always do, but we probably won't have another council meeting until the end of August, so that means that you guys have to vote for the July 8th council meeting too, so. So we got this all organized. Okay. Okay, so can Councillor let's have Jocelyn, yeah, Jocelyn's going to read that motion back. Sorry, you said you had one.
Thank you. Through the chair, moved by yet to be determined, that council direct administration to bring an amendment to land use bylaw 2019-04 with the inclusion of the RC district in the C3 commercial core.
Back to the next meeting. So we can't set that date yet.
Is that good,
It's workable.
Amanda? Sorry, I should ask you first. And did you have something different?
Can you read it again, please?
I've changed it since then. Thank you. Through the chair, that council direct administration to bring an amendment to land use bylaw 2019-04 with the inclusion of the RC district in the C3 commercial core district area and bring it back to the next council meeting.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes?
Thank you, Arthur. I'm just not sure that saying that we're going to make an RC in the C3 is I don't want to cloud this more, and
Amanda has something to say.
Could we just say to address the issues with the previous RC district that's now identified as C3?
I think we can. Well done.
Thank you, through the chair, that council direct administration to bring an amendment to land use bylaw 2019-04 to address the current challenges with the C3 commercial core district and bring the bylaw back to the next council meeting.
Okay, everybody over there is fine? It's gonna do the work? Okay, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. I think that's the only motion we need out of this. Because now we have item 7.2, bylaw 2025-10, amending land use bylaw, redesignation plan 1711795, block 3, lot 73. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
I move that council grant second reading to bylaw 2025-10, amending land use bylaw 2019-04, redesignation plan 1711795, block 3, lot 73.
Do you have any comments?
I did that on memory.
Yeah, I know. We saw that. You were looking over there. Councillor Windsor? Councillor Moore, Councillor Baswick? We'll call the vote on second reading then to bylaw 2025-09. All in favor? That's carried.
And I move that council grant third and final reading to bylaw 2025-10 or 10, amending land use bylaw 2019-04, redesignation plan 1711795, block 3, lot 73.
Give me a second. There it is. All right. So I read off the wrong sheet last time and everybody voted anyway. But you made the motion. I'm sorry, so my apologies for that. You guys probably got that. Okay, any comments? Last comments? Call the vote then on third and final reading to bylaw 2025-10. All in favor? That's carried. So we have item 7.3, the Chief Administrative Officer bylaw, and the Policy and Governance Committee dealt with this. So do you have any supplemental information or highlights to add to the RFD? Thank you. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
So I'll do the motion first. We want to get this on the docket. So I move that council grant first reading to the Chief Administrative Officer bylaw 2025-12.
And do you have anything else to add?
No, I think it's pretty self-explanatory here. We identified that there were redundancies between the CAO bylaw and employment contract, specifically overlapping content relating to the CAO's responsibilities in terms of employment. So we addressed this. We've separated the two documents to serve distinct purposes more effectively. The CAO bylaw now focuses more exclusively on defining the role, authority and responsibilities of the CAO as established by council, and the employment contract is separate from that. It helps streamline governance, reduces duplication, and ensures clarity in both legal and operational contexts.
Okay, any comments, Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I have quite a few questions, actually. First, item 3.2 of the proposed bylaw. I think there's an extra word in there, or maybe two extra words. Council shall appoint one in two individual. Something's not reading properly there. On 4.2, it talks about town policies and bylaws and any relevant federal and I'm not sure what a provision statute is. I think it's probably supposed to be provincial. Item 3.3 indicates that council shall enter into an employment agreement contract with the chief administrative officer. Was there some consideration to given to what is the minimum that would be in that agreement?
This doesn't deal with that contract. This is just a policy stating that we should have a contract. So what's written into that provision would be separate from any questioning here.
Well, except that, this is the document, the legislation that sets forth how a CAO is going to be administered, is going to be operating. And without at least a minimum of what is going to have to be into that contract, it could be virtually nothing. And I think that there should be an expectation through the bylaw that at least there be a minimum, whatever that minimum might be.
What number is that?
Item 3.3. Shall I carry on? Yeah. Item 4.3 talks about the organizational structure, and I see in the old bylaw it said that the CAO was going to inform council of any changes before the changes are made, and that was dropped. I'm wondering why that was dropped.
I don't know why it was dropped. Does administration have anything to say on that? I think that because the MGA says that it didn't need to be in our bylaw, but I could be mistaken on that.
Sorry, what was dropped again? Got too many.
Sorry, Mayor Hunter. It was the fact that the chief administrator officer was supposed to inform council of changes to the organizational structure prior to making the changes, and that was dropped from the old bylaw to the new bylaw, to the new proposed bylaw.
Amanda, do you have anything to say?
We can reinstate that. It was typically when these changes are made, they come to council, whether it's stated there or not, but I'm happy to add that back in to have it, to have council informed of the changes as in that item.
So put the wording back in as, go ahead.
Yeah, keep in mind, we understand we're just doing the first reading here, so all of these, we're just trying to get this onto the docket.
I see.
So if we can take all of this information, it will go back to policy and governance.
Oh, okay.
So,
but you can, we don't have to answer them, then just hear the concerns.
we have to hear the concerns, yeah.
Although you two are on the policy and governance, so.
Well,
but you might hear.
In fairness, though, I don't think Councillor Windsor was at the last one where we asked us to come to council. We need to get this done because we're hiring someone, so that was our sort of urgency to get it here, get it on the docket, do our markups, correct it where we want it as a group.
Sorry,
and
yeah.
Get it back.
I apologize, you're right that we do first reading and then send it back. So bringing out those points, I guess, and then we don't really need a response other than that they're heard.
Yeah.
Would you prefer that as a chair? No. I think that's fair too.
Shall I keep going?
Sure.
Or do you want to leave it to just referral?
Well, if
I'm on that committee anyway, but I have a number of other ones.
Well, I know, and I guess first reading we generally send it back to PDC, but we do listen to some input. But I would suggest we listen to input that aren't on the committee, just because they're not at the table. And then otherwise, the members of the committee have the table. And I'm asking you as the chair.
No, I'm fine with hearing
Okay.
all of Councillor Windsor's. We're going to go back into policy and governance and go through it anyway, but it's fair, I think, for the councillor members that aren't on to hear what is being proposed that should or shouldn't.
Okay. Carry on.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. So under the signing and the signing authority, I don't believe that we have a signing policy as to who signs what, and for what purpose, or anything like that. And I think that this supersedes the provision of that policy, and we've talked about having to have a policy of that nature. And that's all to do with point 6. Point 7.1, pardon me. The way it reads, it sounds like the the Chief Administrative Officer, simply presents the budgets to us, and that's the end of it. And I think that there needs to be some rewording there, and maybe adding drafts or something for council's consideration, something in that, because it sounds like it's an automatic, and it's not an automatic. 7.1.
As we all have experienced for 7 years in budgets, or 8 years of budgets.
Does the Act not say that it's presented to council for approval? I think that's what the Act says, so the words might need to be added in here, but I think the Act covers it.
The Chief Administrative Officer under Finances, again, the Chief Administrative Officer shall regularly report to council on operating and capital budgets. I think that it's more than just operating and capital budgets. I think there are other things that need to be reported as well, as indicated by some of our quarterly reports. And so I think that needs to be expanded and broadened somehow to be all-encompassing. And the only other thing I had was that I don't see anywhere in here where it is explicitly stated that the CAO is at the pleasure of the council.
All right. Councillor Bowser, do you have anything to add? Councillor Moore.
Yeah, I was at that meeting, and I am excited that this is not as subjective. It is basically the law, and I don't want to see a whole bunch of adding things in that can be misinterpreted, as the previous one was. So I'm really happy that it sticks to the law and doesn't start getting into the nitpicky stuff. So I'm excited about this one.
Okay, so you made the motion for first reading? Oh, you have other comments?
Yeah,
Okay.
so do we need to also make a motion to send it back to policy and governance? So I'll follow up with or do you want that added to the motion?
No, you can add,
Okay.
say it after. So we have a motion to approve grant first reading for the CAO bylaw 2025-12. All in favor? That's carried.
On the page right before the motion, it says something about trying to get 3 readings done before we hire a CAO. Is it possible to bring this back to our July 8th meeting?
Well, that would be the plan. Right, Amanda? Go ahead, Amanda.
Thank you. As long as we can schedule a committee meeting with next week before the agenda package goes out, then we would see it back on July 8th.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure I'm going to be available next week because I'm heading out as of Thursday. And this is why this is important to look at these, because I may not be at that meeting.
Do you want to set your meeting tonight in your motion? And
I don't know. I've got some scheduling that I don't know what night next week. So no, I wouldn't set it yet. We can attempt to, but can you forward all of your Or have you captured them, Jocelyn? Okay, so we've got all of those to consider. Okay. Is there a day this week that would work for the two of you? I'm leaving tomorrow morning, so I'm not available the rest of this week. Next week, I'm probably open Monday, Tuesday at least. When are we thinking of scheduling the, Monday is a whole, Monday, Tuesday I'm not available. It's a long weekend.
Well, Amanda is probably gonna run the meeting.
I would just ask if we could, after this meeting, we can figure out the schedule for the committee meeting.
Motion to send it to PGC.
I move that council send the Chief Administrative Officer bylaw 2025-12 back to Policy and Governance for review and recommendation.
Okay, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. We have item 7.4, PROP 005-25 lease policy. And I believe, Deputy Mayor, you are the chair of the committee that dealt with that as well.
So council referred this policy back to the Policy and Governance Committee on May 27th. Regular council meeting. The committee reviewed the policy at the June 12th committee meeting and made a couple of clerical adjustments, as well as removed the definition for triple net and one line referencing triple net, as it did not add value to the policy. I think the policy is complete. So I would probably go ahead and make the motion, which I can't find here. I would move that council adopt PROP 005-25 lease policy as presented, and then open up for questions, obviously.
Okay, and you have nothing more to say? Councillor Moore?
No, we reviewed it at the last council meeting and think we suggested all the changes and made them at the Policy and Governance Committee.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bazic? Is that a dragon? Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. On page 63 of your agenda, item 4.3 talks about rates that should be established by bylaw in the case that no bylaw or rate exists for service. This chief administrative officer will make a market value. But it never says what's supposed to happen in the event that there is no bylaw or rate. And I think there should be one additional clause of 4.3.1 or something to set what happens in the case that there is no bylaw or rate.
Go ahead.
I would defer that question to Amanda.
Okay.
Can I just get clarification? My understanding is, I may have misheard you, but if there is no bylaw or rate, the CAO may establish the rate. Was that your question?
The question is, what happens if you don't have a bylaw? Yes, in this particular, sorry.
Yes?
Can I respond?
Okay.
In this particular case, it's saying that there is no bylaw and no rate, and so the CAO is going to create a market value rate. But that doesn't mean that it's going to be put into the rates and fees bylaw. And that's so if there's no rate or bylaw, then shouldn't it say what's going to happen? So that it needs to go into the bylaw. It needs to go into the rates and fees bylaw. Because it's not going to be a one-time thing, it'll be a recurring thing.
Not every rate that we have is in a bylaw. Like, for example, we rent out the offices in the train station, and it's not in a bylaw, the rates for that. So this is just allowing the CAO to do that. And there may be other cases that are one-time in nature, like when we were renting buildings for filming. could be a sporadic amount of time, so to just allow the CAO to set that, it may not make sense for it to be in a bylaw, because you can't think of every situation that they might come to you and say, I want to lease this for, it might be 3 days one time and 2 weeks the next, and so it's a little bit of a negotiation as well with the filming company.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter, that makes sense, I get it now.
Okay, when you said that about, that we have the policy though that captures unbudgeted revenue.
Yes.
So that's where that one off would be, right?
That's where, yes, eventually the revenue that is not planned for in the budget would be addressed with the unbudgeted revenue policy clause.
You're talking about the offices upstairs in the chamber, in the train station?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's not necessarily unbudgeted revenue, it's just not necessarily in a bylaw identifying a rate and a fee for that. But we budget for it.
Okay, so I would expect it in the rate and fee schedule anyway, but that, yeah, I don't want to be, what's the word? Go ahead.
No, I was just trying to get us back to policy.
Well, I am at the policy because he's asking how we get those rates included in the policy. Like, how do you follow up then? So the CO sets a rate and that becomes a rate forever?
So, let me clarify, when we realize that we have a rate that hasn't been in a bylaw and it's a reoccurring rate, we do the best we can to get it into a bylaw, but I still think there's instances that might be one time that you don't necessarily aren't going to be able to address in a bylaw, every instance of that.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah. So the offices at the train station are a bad example because that's something I want to get into a bylaw. Yeah.
Sorry to catch that one, but you said it.
I know.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I think the real intent is that if something strange came up and it was a one-time thing, the CAO can make that call. If it should be in a bylaw, then it needs to get put in a bylaw. It's not trying to usurp the bylaw. It's just, we can't plan for every occurrence, and this allows us to still move forward with that lease or rental.
Okay, any other comments?
Just
Mayor Hunter, just for clarification, I guess what I was thinking was reoccurring things. And for reoccurring things, I would hope that that would go into the bylaw, but it doesn't say that that's what's going to happen. And so, yeah, that was my comment.
yeah. And I
appreciate that there will be situations where the CAO will do that automatically. There are going to be situations where, unless it's in the policy, it won't happen.
Okay, and it's a pretty new policy too, so, you know, it's got to get put into play. Amanda?
Not to belabor this, but it does say or until such time as one exists, so in a way that's intent. I think that was the intent of that, is to say, like, you've come across this, now get it into a bylaw.
Okay, so you made the motion. There is no further comments. I'll call them vote to adopt 005-25 lease policy. All in favor? That's carried. We have item 7.5, COUN 001-25, council remuneration and professional development policy. Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, just getting through all this. So many accompanying pages. Okay. So in May, council resolved to leave the rate structure established in the policy unchanged. Through a thorough review of policy governance, the committee worked to provide greater clarity to the policy, update the professional development budget provisions, and adjust what can be considered claimable per diem. A clean, marked up version of the policy is attached, and additions noted in yellow and other changes are in red. And on page 65 is a summary of the changes recommended by the committee.
And that are the only comments you had?
Yep.
Councillor Baswick?
I'm good.
Councillor Moore? Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I have a few comments. In the policy statement, the purpose of this policy, I think we've started to say that whether it's a governance or a operational policy, and I think that probably it should state that it's a governance policy. Under 2.2, it talks about duties in addition to duties. And I think for clarity, it would be nice to reassign that duties, one of the duties, so it's not duties and duties. Maybe, and just a suggestion that it could be for use for compensate councillors for their assignments in addition to those regular duties. It just, so that it's not duties and duties. On the next page, in item 4 in the per diem section, it lists the budget meetings, and I'm going to go back to point 2.2 where it says that the honorarium shall be used to compensate councillors for their regular duties, and one of their regular duties most certainly is doing budget. And so I think it should be falling, instead of B of 4.1, it should be under one of them, under 3.2, it should be a regular duty. It is a regular duty of council. That's one of the major duties of council. Meetings or attendance under per diem again, the point E, meetings or attendance at events in the stead of the mayor. And is that meaning the RCM as well? And I guess maybe we should have a definition of exactly what instead means. In the stead. 4.1E. Because what it states there is it's meetings instead of the mayor, so if the deputy mayor is stepping into a regular council meeting, does that mean that he is compensated on a per diem rate? Because that's what it says.
I think Amanda would like to take that question.
Is it, can I address that?
Yes, I was looking at my paper and you see your hand.
The committee did bring that up, and yes, the intent is that that if the deputy mayor is acting in place of the mayor for any of the duties, they would receive the hourly per diem, which is giving, it's a reflection of that the mayor is getting a higher monthly honorarium, and that is why it's for every duty that the deputy mayor would be acting for the mayor, or any councillor instead of the mayor. That was the intent.
So I think to expand on that, that's only for things that the mayor would be paid for. So if it's an event where I think the mayor has to go and give a speech outside of, or being a regular duty, that is not covered by that, is it?
Go ahead.
So if it's if it's a formal invitation of the mayor, then yes, this policy is saying yes, the person in place of the mayor would be paid the hourly per diem for that. If it's covered by the informal duties, then no.
my understanding of that would be that if it were something outside of the mayor's honorarium and she were going, or it's she right now, if she were going to be paid above and beyond for being there above the honorarium, and the acting mayor or deputy mayor or whatever it would steps in to do that role, they would then receive compensation as well.
Can I clarify that?
Yes, I think you two should just talk, because then I'm
Okay.
reading things.
So no, yes, that is part of it, but it's also for anything that the mayor would do, like running a council meeting, that would be covered by the mayor's honorarium. Because this policy has taken away the other 5308, or I think it was, to act as the mayor and replace it with an hourly per diem. So it's saying if you're acting in place of the mayor, then you would be paid the hourly amount, because in the larger picture, the mayor is getting paid to do all these duties with the honorarium. The honorarium is covering it, but it's higher than a council member. So the hourly is taking that into account. But under no circumstances would the informal duties be paid.
So thank you, Mayor Hunter. So I'm not sure why that was removed from the policy, because that falls under the purview of the Financial Planning Committee, which we didn't remove it, and the last motion that we did bring forward was defeated, and so nothing should have changed as far as remuneration numbers are concerned. And so I'm not sure why that was removed in the first place. However, I have a whole bunch more. So I'm not sure where we go with this, Mayor Hunter, because I've got my page is red, and I've got a whole bunch of things that I think that are questionable with regard to this. Shall I continue on?
Does anyone else have something to say? Councillor Bezzard? I would like to see it. I don't know what to do with it. The policy changes. There are a few comments that I have that I could about the policy, but when I thought about this policy moving forward to the next council, I wanted to leave, and that's all the work we did with all of these documents that did surveys and reviews of what other mayors and councillors are getting in Alberta in towns our size. And my intent was to leave the next council in a better position in the next term, because I think as you go forward, remuneration and rates and fees and policies that are guiding the councillors be better and be more reflective, especially the remuneration, more reflective of what is happening out there in the world, in Alberta right now. And no, I disagree too that the numbers should have been looked at, because it also reduced the mayor's professional development by $1,000. And I disagree with that, because I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about positions and what we do as mayors. So I think we're kind of, it seems that when somebody does something, then we respond to it in a policy when they just shouldn't be doing it. And this is long and wordy and cumbersome, and that's not it's certainly good work, don't get me wrong, but I don't think we should have to be cumbersome with policies like this. I think it should be cut and dried. I would, as mayor, I think asking for my input on all the situations I dealt with over the 7 years would have been helpful, I think, but I'm not on that committee, so I would like to see one more stab at it, just so we don't waste more time on it tonight. And That's what I would like. And I would like any finances to go back to the finance committee to look at. Because I think we had it right for what councillors and the mayor should make. Maybe we had, people didn't agree with the monthly rate or whatever, like just everything all encompassing, but then it should have got sent back for that. So I think we have a heavy agenda tonight. There's a lot to go through that's kind of more important than this right now. And I'm not saying everything's important on our agendas, they always are, but can we send it back to both different committees to review? For the finances and for the policy?
No, I'm not prepared to do that, but I will certainly listen to Councillor Windsor's concerns. So, what questions do you have about it?
Well, I disagree that, I mean, you could say that you disagree with that, Deputy Mayor, but as chair, I'd like to expedite this meeting to get to our important stuff we have in our, especially in our closed, and we can bring this back to July 8th and have some other reviews of it in the meantime, is what I'm asking, so that we do get to the heavier stuff.
I have worked on it. I'm interested in hearing what questions we have about this document.
And then what are we going to do with that? Just out of interest. Are you just going to listen and we're not going to send it back to the committees? Or, because if listening isn't going to change anything, then it just takes...
Well, if I don't know what the questions are, I can't make up my mind as to what I would do with it. So I need to know what questions are being asked on it before I can form that opinion.
Can you...
You can't just vote on it?
Oh, you can. Councillor Windsor indicated he's got some questions about this, and I'm wanting to hear what they are.
Amanda?
I would recommend at this time, in the interest of time, and given that we have such a large agenda ahead of us, that if there is if there are changes to be made, that it gets referred back to the PGC committee. The PGC can reinstate the rate, the single rate that was taken out, and reconsider the professional development budget as well. However, I'm not sure that there will be time before July 8th to have that dealt with, but there's still time before the election to have this done in August or September. And keep in mind this wouldn't come into place until after the election as well.
Yeah, and that's what I would prefer, is to defer it for further discussion. And then for the points that I made, I disagree that the rates and fees should have been changed. And that's really because it wasn't assigned to the PGC, and that's what our committee structure does. So, is give people jobs. And the other part of that is maybe we could even have a committee of the whole, because it seems like a pretty big thing. And the other part of that is you can just go ahead and make the motion and have a majority vote, and then it's over. And nothing, everything just...
Well, like I said, I need to know what the questions are. We're proposing changes. What are they?
I know that, Deputy Mayor, but
I'm being asked to send back something that I think is good, and so I'm not comfortable doing that. What are the questions on the policy? That's what I need to know.
Well,
so that I can determine if it should go back or if it shouldn't, and that's just my opinion.
And I think we've heard administration say that we have time. So I'd like to get to business. and I'd like to get to our closed meeting. And this could wait to July 8th, and the business items and the closed meeting items can't wait till July 8th, and that's why I'm saying that. Do we have to send it back to committees? No, but then fine, we'll have more time to discuss it. We'll set a half an hour aside for it during our council meeting. So that's what I would like to do. Because I really would like to get to the business items and the...
Well, we can get to them once I understand why we're sending it back.
We're not sending it back, we're deferring it to the July 8th meeting.
It's 8:26. How many questions do we have on this?
Well, we've just spent 10 minutes debating this.
Right, and what we should be doing is asking the questions,
But
not debating.
The council deputy mayor...
I could call a vote.
Well, then I guess you'll...
The idea of the debate on this is not to debate about it, it's to debate about what's in it. What questions are there on this policy is what I'm asking. Are there any questions?
Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. Maybe I can help this and do a couple of really quick little things. One of them on 6.1, it talks about traveling and it talks only about meals. It doesn't talk about parking or any other expense that occurs. Another one on 6.3, again, talks specifically about meals. Doesn't talk about any other expenses that might be incurred on business travel. And so that's parking again there. On 6.5, it talks about a gratuity rate of 20%, but it doesn't say that it's only going to reimburse to 20%, even if a councillor decides to give 25%, they're only going to reimburse to 20%. There's a whole bunch of things like that that are in here. 7.2D, substance, meals, rooms, board, doesn't include parking again. So there's all kinds of things here that I think that mean that this needs to be relooked at to ensure that it encompasses all of the aspects that are necessary.
So what I would like is a motion to defer this to July 8th as a agenda item on our agenda that we're going to have, and we'll set enough time for it to be had. And there's two options. So you can make your motion too. I wouldn't vote for this in the current state either, because I don't think it's the best policy we can give to the next council. And I'm looking for the best policy to the next council. I appreciate the work on it. I absolutely do. But those are the two options. July 8th, defer this to July 8th. Amanda agreed to that as well. Or you can make the motion to accept it as presented. Yes?
I'm just wondering, because there are comments that we apparently don't have time to hear, if the deputy mayor would consider that everybody email the comments, like the changes, red line or whatever, to all of council so that we have them before the July 8th meeting, so that we can deal with it then, so that we don't have to get into another long discussion about how we're doing it.
Well, I feel this is a deja vu that someone wants to just sit and debate with me and not make a direction. So the direction I've asked for is to defer it to July 8th or make the motion to approve it. We can add that motion after the fact about emailing.
Okay with the motion.
To have the information. Councillor Moore, or Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. If I may, I'll make a motion to refer the COUN 001-25 Council Remuneration Professional Development Policy to PGC.
Did you have a motion on the table to rescind the original one?
Did you make that motion? I don't think you did.
No, I did not make a motion. Did I? I don't remember.
No.
Was a motion
Did you?
made?
Did we make that motion?
Okay.
Thank you for that. So, a motion to rescind the policy as it was. Count 001-24.
So, it's mine.
Well, you made it after you introduced the topic that it's been a long time, so Amanda and Jocelyn
So I'm going to move that we send this to our July 8th meeting, but I do want the questions. I'm not going to get bombarded there that night for 10 minutes or 20 minutes of questioning, so please send them. I understand fully what you said about the parking. We missed the parking. I get that. That needs to be encompassed in there, so send your questions, and I will move that it be taken to the July 8th meeting, as long as our next council meeting. I don't know that we're going to have July 8th yet. I assume we are, but we haven't got there.
All right, call the vote. All in favor?
So this is.
Opposed?
Forward to 8.
Yeah.
Were you in favor, Councillor? So that's carried. All right, so we get on to business. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Golf course irrigation license. Amanda, is there anything that administration would like to speak to?
There's nothing to add, but we're available for question.
Sorry, that's what I meant. Anything to add? Deputy or Councillor Basel, do you have any questions about the golf course irrigation water license?
No.
Councillor Moore?
No, I can make a motion if you want.
Although we go ahead and make the motion.
I move that council accepts the financial overview related to the Butte water wells, the source of water for the Didsbury Golf Club's ponds, and irrigation system as information.
Comments? Over here. Councillor Baswick? Or Councillor Windsor, I'm looking at Councillor.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Hunter. I guess my only question is that we really don't have a choice here, do we?
Amanda?
To clarify, are you referring to the second motion?
The first,
Oh.
the whole thing.
Oh, I guess that's council's purview. The first motion is just accepting the report, but the second one is to do some work on the well to allow for water at the...
Sorry, my mistake. So yeah, we'll save that question for the next. Because the report's the report. It's the information that we have. I'll call the vote on that. All in favor? That's carried.
And I move that council approve $23,000 for water well compliance work required by Alberta Environment and Protected Areas. Proceed with an application for a permanent irrigation license for the Didsbury Golf Club, with the project funded from the Strategic Initiatives and Contingency Reserve Fund.
Okay, any comments? No, you don't get to growl at me. I asked for comments.
No, I don't think it was.
I know you were growling at the motion, I know.
Yeah.
Anything?
No.
Can I put a curtain here? Councillor Windsor.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. So I guess the first question I have is that it says here that it's going to ask for a permanent irrigation license for the Didsbury Golf Club. Does that mean that the license, the water well license, is going to be in the name of the golf club, or is that still in the name of the town of Didsbury?
Amanda?
The license would be in the town of Didsbury's name.
So, again, I'm not sure what choice we have here, because the golf club, the golf course, is a tourist attraction. It's used by many, many residents, and to not provide irrigation water would be catastrophic to the operation of the golf club. So I'm not sure how we can say no. At the same time, we just keep tapping into that strategic initiatives and contingency reserve fund because it's there. And there seems to be, I think there needs to be some plan for recovery here. I don't think that the golf course because we lease the property to them for $1 a year or whatever it is, I just, it's $23,000 that we're talking from the taxpayers' pockets to support that organization, and I'm not sure, I'm struggling with it, let's put it that way.
Okay, and that would have to be a different motion anyway. If you want to, Deputy Mayor?
No, I think that there's actually great value brought from the golf course, and it is well taken care of, and I'm okay with this.
Yeah, there's certainly a valued recreation facility and board in our community, and I just have a question that, is there a reason that you didn't suggest taking out the water reserve? Would that apply?
Yes, the water wells and the cost for them aren't really considered in the water department currently. So, although that was brought up as a suggestion, it doesn't really fit the department's purpose. And the other reserve that was brought up, as Councillor Windsor alluded to, is that it does bring economic development to the town, would be to use that reserve as well.
Thank you for that. So we have a motion to approve the $23,000. Sure.
I guess in the same vein as Councillor Windsor, I'm wondering if anybody talked to them about how they could cover the cost of the expense that we are incurring for just their benefit. And even if it's some kind of negotiation about whether they could pay part of it, some of it, acknowledge it, give us some kind of feedback or a possibility of recovering it. Anyway, the motion, it doesn't depend on that. This is just where it's coming from right now. But Amanda had her hand up. So.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just in response to recovery, there will be a meter put on to the well. So if council chose, they could bill back for usage in the future.
Thanks for that. Okay, we have the motion. I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. We have item 8.2, Extended Producer Responsibility Program, EPR. We can have a motion for that. Deputy Mayor?
I move the council accept the information from Extended Producer Responsibility Program for single-use pack. Oh, sorry. I'm on the wrong one here. I move the council approve participation in the Extended Producer Responsibility Program for single-use packaging and paper products.
Any comments?
Yeah, not comments. A question: Who sends the bill to the residents for this? And have we got any more information that I can have? I know we saw this a long time ago. It's kind of slipped my mind as to what it is. Does this mean we're taking out our recycling bins at our house and we're paying a third party that we now would no longer have control over what those costs are going to be? That's my fear with this, but if we can get a little more information on this, I would appreciate that.
Amanda?
Thank you. So what would happen is there wouldn't be a cost for residents to use the program. And so the town would, you're right, the town would no longer be in charge of the blue bin recycling. But we would still be in charge of black and green bins. So we would transfer the ownership of the blue bins to the whatever company becomes in charge of that. But the residents will not be billed for it. it's paid for in a different way. The producers pay for it. And so you would actually see your monthly invoice from the town as it relates to recycling to reduce by, we're estimating about $5 based on today's cost. But yes, that is one of the risks, is that the town no longer has control of the contractor. So there may be concerns with that in the future, but it's hard to know.
So you see, there is no cost presently. I would use that because I don't think anything's free. But presently there is no cost to the town. And what guarantees do we have that a year from now, they don't all of a sudden say, oh, by the way, we're not making enough money as the producer, so you've got to offset the cost now by paying again. There's information that I'm not recalling on this, and I know they did give us a good presentation, so.
Amanda?
It looks like a good program, and it feels like a good program, but that's because today they're telling us there's no cost. And I'm just wondering if we're running the risk of there being a cost.
I suppose we can't predict the future or contemplate every what if, but if council approves this, administration would go forward with a master service agreement, and I'm assuming, but that agreement would have a set amount of time. So we would know upon entering it what we're entering into. If there's concerns with the agreement itself, we would bring them forward back to council, and there should be a term on that identifies after a certain amount of time, if the program's not going how we intend it to be, it could be brought back to council for some other solution.
And then I would just end with, I guess we don't know if we don't try it, so.
Thanks for that. Councillor Moore? Councillor Beswick?
I think you could be in for a surprise because they could come up and, this is just paper you're putting in there. So what about glass? What about tins? What about cardboard? There's nothing saying what we're allowed to put in that bin, but I have a feeling that we're going to get them. So, and if you put something in, I recall this from the Waste Commission, just part of it is that if you put the wrong thing in there, and everybody does, and it hits 4%, it's rejected. So, what I'm getting at is we're going to have to watch. We're going to be told what to put in this blue bin is what's going to happen. Right now, I put plastic in, I put whatever. Yeah, I don't need this stuff. Except Jack Daniels bottles, I make lamps out of them. Yeah, so you could be in for a surprise if they're going to start to restrict what you can put in that. It will become a useless thing if all you're going to put paper in it. To my point of view, anyway.
Okay, thanks. There was no question in there?
Through the chair, thank you.
Oh, there was a question. Okay, I didn't hear.
Thank you. So it is single-use packaging and paper products. So there is currently bylaws in place from the town as to what can be recycled. And we know that there are residents that don't always follow those perfectly. And that's where the sorting facility comes into play. Again, the town won't have control over saying if a bin can be picked up or not, because we won't have the contract, but there currently is rules about what can go in, and there will be rules. And we anticipate generally what you're recycling today, you'll still be able to recycle. upon entry.
Thanks. Okay.
Yeah, all goes to the landfill anyway, so it doesn't matter, really.
Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. Alberta Munis has been pushing this for a long time. Finally, it's came to Alberta. It's been in other provinces for a long time, in some cases. So this to me is a move in the right direction. We are paying for this service anyway in the purchase of the products. And so I see this as a positive move.
Okay. So we have the motion, Deputy Mayor, to approve participation in EPR for single-use packaging and paper products. I will call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. We have item 8.3, the Cape membership report. Amanda, if there's anything to add to the document that isn't in there already?
Nope, there's nothing to add.
Okay. So we have two motions here. Go ahead.
I move that council accept the Central Alberta Economic Partnership Return on Membership Investment Report as information.
Any comments?
Oh, sorry. I was looking around.
Councillor Windsor.
No comment.
Councillor Bazic. Councillor Moore, I don't have any either. I do really believe we need to leave this up to the next council. I'll have a report from Cape in my next package, I promise, because we've had a lot of things going on. And we'll have more time. So right now we have to accept return on membership investment as information. All in favor? That is carried.
And to retain membership in Central Alberta Economic Partnership for the 2025-2026 year.
Any comments? Councillor Windsor.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I'm concerned about the turmoil that goes on with Cape right now. I'm not seeing much in the way of anything that they're doing outside of the Red Deer region. I think that the RETAs now are going to be unfinanced or reduced finance to project driven only. I don't see this as having any sustainability to it at all. And I think that it's time for us to step out of it.
Okay, but this is for the, I think, okay, thank you. Councillor Bazic?
I'm fine.
Councillor Moore?
I'm going to go with it. I've never been enthusiastic about it, but I think really you'll get some value from it.
And I don't think we can put in any exit thing until the end of March, because they're on the same fiscal year as a provincial government. And I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm saying that we have to pay our bill this year because we're in Cape this year. And then next council might have another conversation about it. So I will call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And we have Mountain View Regional Film Office Strategic Organizational Plan. Amanda, is there anything to add to what's in this document?
I just want to make sure everybody's had a chance to look at the full report found online. I think it's about an 82-page document prepared by Nordicity, and it's summarized in the package.
And that was going to be one of my comments, is that I would rather have time to read the full report before I can certainly accept the information, but the next motion I'd like just to have another 2-week window to read that report for everybody. I certainly would appreciate it because I've looked at it, but I haven't had time. So anyway, the first motion, anybody like to make that? Councillor Moore?
I move that council accepts the Mountain View Regional Film Office Strategic Organizational Development Plan as information. I have no comments.
Councillor Baswick? Deputy Mayor? Councillor Windsor? No. Call the vote. All in favor? It's carried, and
And I'll read the next one.
we can make it to bring it back to the next meeting though, so we all have time to read that full report
We're going to do something different.
for questions or, well, I would like the time. I don't know if anybody else would, so.
I'm going to make the motion as it is, and I guess everybody can decide how they want to vote. I move that council approve the continuation of the Mountain View Regional Film Office partnership with the town of Sudbury and Mountain View County, and to proceed with the fundamental initiatives outlined in step 1 of the organizational development plan.
Comments? Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I don't disagree with staying on with the partnership along with the town of Sudbury and the county of Mountain View, but I too would like to have a chance to look at this whole thing. It's 82 pages, and I didn't have time to look at that prior to this meeting, and so I'd like to be able to look at it before I decide about whether to follow along with step 1 or not.
Okay, and I did express that too. I don't. Council endorses these reports so that we do have time to read them, and I've always said I don't want to vote on things I don't fully understand. So if I haven't read it, I may very well agree with step 1, but I might have questions, and I don't know what questions I would have based on the reports. That's the only reason I'll vote against it right now, is because I would like time to read the report that we all participated in, even in the interviews, surveys, and a presentation. So call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Now we have item 8.5, awarding the real estate services contract. Go ahead.
Thank you. I move that council approve entering into a real estate service agreement with Jesse Argueta, agent with Real Broker for lots 200, 1,000, 1,100, and 1,200 Shant's Drive.
Comments? Councillor Beswick, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Windsor.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I will vote against this motion. I don't think that I think that there's a conflict of interest here. I don't think that we should be contracting somebody who's a member of one of our committees that's making decisions on behalf of or recommendations to council. On behalf of council, I think that there's a problem here. I think that like an employee or potential employee of a member of a council, that they would not be eligible to be an employee, and I think that this is the same kind of thing. I think there's a conflict of interest here, so I'll be voting against this motion. Okay. I was hoping that we would get all of our local realtors interested in this, but I do believe there are some conflicts, but I do believe that our administrative team should have that conversation. And I can't can make a motion, but I'm not going to. I believe that administration's aware of some, I shouldn't say that either, because I'm not what they're aware of. What I want to say is that I think it's got to be clear that when you're representing the town as a realtor and you're sitting on a committee, that those two things are totally different and don't get talked about either avenue. So that's all I would say. I don't want to delay putting these up for sale because I think there's potential right now, and so I would just count on administration to make sure there's a separation from DDAC and realtor duties. So, anything else? Yes?
Yeah, I don't see a conflict. The realtor makes no decisions. Recommendations are created by a committee and they're brought to council for approval. So there's nothing being approved there. I don't think DDAC has ever recommended that any piece of land be sold. I don't know that would be their job. So I don't see the the issue there.
Yeah.
So I will vote in favor.
Yeah, and that's fine. You and I sat in on the same meeting, so I think we know what DDAC's all about, and I will call the vote that, who made that? Councillor Moore. Real estate service agreement, Sean Drive properties, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then we have 8.6 that you guys have all painted yourselves in a corner to having, so there's a 2025 council calendar amendment for July 8th. Who would like to make that? Councillor Baswick?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I'd recommend to amend the 2025 council calendar as presented.
All right. Any comments on that? Call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. And council reports and meeting highlights. I'm going to defer to everybody having a very exciting and interesting report for July 8th in the spirit of time here, and that Anulish is getting very excellent at putting together our council highlights. She had a perfect 100% on the last one. So we'll, if everybody's fine with that, we'll just defer that to our administrative support. Other than our reports, we'll bring them back. Do we need a motion about that, Amanda? No. Okay. Correspondence and information. We have 2 items on correspondence.
Mayor Hunter, I'll move that we council accept the correspondence for June 24th, 2025 as information.
Okay. Comments on the correspondence? Motion maker first. Okay, Deputy Mayor.
I think we have a letter here that we probably need to address. I just don't know how.
I guess I have the same question. If there is, and I have no way of understanding or knowing whether or not there is anything that needs to be addressed, but if there is something outstanding for travel or something, it should be paid, but I don't know how to address that.
You're busy shuffling your papers, I know.
Yeah, but I'm trying to not just what I think. Maybe we can move it into close and discuss it.
Not tonight.
Okay, then we defer to the next close, I guess. It should be closed.
Well, it isn't a close, it's a council member. So, Amanda?
Based on the information I have, this wouldn't be covered by a closed meeting.
All right. I tried.
Yeah, I know, it's just we're elected officials, so. So there's a motion to accept as information. And unless Councillor Lindsay wants to change that motion. So I'll call the vote on that. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, that's defeated. Who has a different motion?
Well, that's the issue. I don't have a motion. I don't know if they have a motion. So obviously, I'm named in here, and I was given some paperwork to hand into administration with a the counselor believes that they were underpaid, but I have no way. The problem, I don't know if any of us do, other than administration having looked at it. I don't know what was claimed or what was paid for on anyone's expenses, except my own. And I'm befuddled what to do with this. That's why I can't just take it as information I don't understand it. Like Councillor Moore said, was it underpaid or not? I don't know. I have no way of knowing. So I don't have a motion, but it has to be addressed somehow. Is my thought.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I think there's two things here that I wonder. And I wonder why Councillor Engel or Deputy Mayor Engel ended up as the middleman in this thing. And if this individual wanted to have an issue brought to administration, there's certainly the means to do that. I don't know why there's a middleman in this. The second part of that is that I'm quite confident that at time of exit, when the payout was done, that there was an appropriate exercise to ensure that all compensation that was appropriate was delivered. I have no question in my mind about that at all. I think that attempting to paint a different picture this length of time down the road is a little concerning. That's where I sit with this. I'm quite confident that administration would have dealt with it appropriately at the time, and that I'm sure that there is nothing owing anywhere. I'm confident in that.
Yes, sure, thank you. I do have information on this, as I was involved in emails at the time of upon the final payment to Joyce McCoy, and also follow-up emails after that. So if council wishes for administration to do anything further, she did reach out to Deputy Mayor Engel, and when she reached back out to me, I did suggest she write a letter to council, because administration can't approve that after the fact. Your policy says that you have to submit your timesheets by the third day of the month. But it's not clear whether or not you can get paid for a late submission, and that's why it's at council's table. So administration cannot just decide that after the fact. We did give kind of a final notice, like you need to get everything in by a certain date, to ensure that everything was completed in the 2024 year and to which it related. And unfortunately, this came much later in 2025, so a different budget year altogether. But yes, that would be up to council's discretion. If you want administration to spend effort on completing the analysis related to this, then we would want a resolution stating so.
But I think, Luana was probably the best one to speak to this at the time, because of, and then all the follow-up that was done and submitted to me for final signature, but I didn't do the work. All administration did, and sorted out all the payments. So as far as that goes, we've lost the person that reminded Councillor McCoy very often to get her forms in, and whether she did or not, I signed the ones that were there, and if there was items missing, I don't know. So, Luana, we lost that source of information that was quite valuable to us, for sure, because she dealt with it all the time. Go ahead. And you had something else? No? Okay.
So to answer Councillor Windsor's question is, how did I become the middleman? Well, I don't think I'm the middleman. My understanding was that, and stated in the letter here, that she'd been talking to her previous CAO. she didn't know where that went. And so she reached out and said, can I send this to you to give to the CAO, which is what I did. I brought that in right away. So I have nothing to do with it other than I received the claim. I didn't read it. I gave it to the CAO as I was asked to do. That's all. This is the issue I think that we're facing, is that Luana's gone and our CAO is gone. And not for 1 second do I think that anyone didn't do something right on here. Is this something that we can look at? Because if the time wasn't paid and we don't have a clear policy that it didn't get paid, then it, I guess, should be paid, but I don't know what should be paid. We haven't seen anything, we don't know.
Well, again, we dwell on these things for 5 or 10 minutes, and we just need a motion if someone wants to make a motion. Otherwise, the information motion is defeated. So
The letter from the minister, could I make a motion to accept that as information? The bottom one, well, the letter from her, I don't know, maybe we'll do something.
well, that was, yeah, you can, because it's a different motion, because the two items aren't in there, so we can accept the letter from the minister, yeah?
Okay, that will take care of that then.
I
So
move
go
that,
ahead, okay.
oh, I thought you already said okay. I move that the letter from the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Services be accepted as information.
All in favor? It's carried.
So I guess in order for us to save time tonight, because we need to get to some other things, do we send this back to the 8th and have us review this information? Like, I don't know, like it's, I don't know.
I would just recommend if you're looking for administration to do an analysis of it, just make a motion to that effect, so we can go and do that. We can compare the information submitted to the timesheets that were paid. And like I said, I have other information as well. Not just one person worked on anything. There's other people that are still here.
That are still here?
Yeah.
Okay, then, can I make a motion that council direct administration to bring back to can it be done by the next meeting, or are we going to need more time? For the July 8th meeting, that it be analyzed and brought back with recommendation. Yes.
I wouldn't vote for the date. I know how busy our administrative team is. So
Okay, I'll take the date off.
Bring it back.
as soon as possible. When it's ready.
yeah. Yeah, and I'm sorry, but I'm very aware of that this was all handled appropriately, so I don't want to burden our administrative team with anything more, and I know that you'll have a majority, so the vote will, let's take the vote on bringing back, say that again, Jocelyn.
Thank you. Through the chair. Moved by Deputy Mayor Engel to direct administration to review the request from Ms. McCoy and bring an analysis back to council.
Okay. Call the vote, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right, we can move on to question period. And we're going to rush you through this one, Norm, if you have a question. Okay. So thank you for joining us tonight then. I'll have a motion to go closed at 9:09. Councillor Winter, all in favor? That's carried. And you only get 1 minute. addendum, and Councillor Moore is making this motion.
So 12.1 to approve the mayor and CAO request a meeting with the Mountain View Regional Water Services Commission.
CAO and chair.
CAO and chair, period.
Okay. Call the vote, all in favor? It's carried. The item 12.2, the 2101 and 2109 19th Avenue land sale. Amanda, if you read that, Councillor Baswick's making that.
To approve the offer on 2101/2109, 19th. Offer one, yeah. 19th Avenue. Subject to rezoning to the appropriate land use designation as discussed.
We might need to have the date in there by August 27th.
And that's something to rezoning?
Yeah, that's part of the, I think we're okay.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Baswick made that motion. Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried, and Councillor Winslow will make the motion on 2128 21st Avenue.
To authorize that the CAO negotiate on council's behalf for 2128 21st Avenue as discussed.
Okay, call the vote, all in favor? That is carried. Item 12.3, this is 23rd Street north of Highway 582. Deputy Mayor Engel is making that motion.
To direct administration to bring back the heavy truck route bylaw for review.
To the July 8th.
To the July, yeah. To July 8th, regular council meeting.
Call the vote, all in favor? And the regional policing study, Deputy Mayor, did you write anything down?
To accept.
Accept as info, and to direct the CAO and CEO to continue discussions pertinent to.
So two separate motions?
Yeah.
Information.
Accept the regional policing study as information.
I'll call the vote on that, all in favor? That's carried.
And then to direct the CAO and CEO to continue discussions
Right.
on the regional policing initiative.
Call the vote, all in favor? That is carried. And CO recruitment is Councillor Moore to accept the update on CO recruitment, this information.
Yes. To
Did
accept.
you have something different?
No,
Okay.
I was going to say the motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I move that council accept the CAO recruitment update as information.
Thank you, all in favor? That is carried. And to defer item 12.6 to July 8th.
Is somebody making that motion? I will.
Deputy Mayor? All in favor? It's carried, and a motion to adjourn at 10:06.
John, come on.
Again?
Councilor Baswick, all in favor? That's carried.
Now, I want to get your new lawn, your